Hello everyone, welcome here. Today, we are going to play some Starminer. I did play through the first tutorial, I think it was, earlier. So, oh wait, we played through the first two tutorials, I think. Because we did the construction tutorial. That's right. So now we're going to finish being tutorialized, and then we'll try some of the normal gameplay. Okay. So. We need to figure out where the button for the research is. Okay, it's down there apparently. Okay.
Upgrade complete.
Okay. Research T2 thruster modules locked by a current rank. Alright. So we select the station. And then we need to enter build mode, which I sort of remember how to do. Built a research lab on top. Okay. And then, whenever that finishes, which I'm sure will happen any year now.
Warning, low energy.
Okay, each rank unlocks higher tier modules and upgrades. That's nice. Click our character window, where you can see a flashing icon that indicates we ranked up. That unlocks T2 commander, T2 energy battery, T2 medium hangar, nuclear reactor solar panel, and medium thruster. Okay. You have to select a perk. Let's take energy system optimization. We gotta go unlock the T2 medium thruster, which they've given us the stuff to unlock. Sure, whatever. Let's grab the Vulcan. Alright. Station's not controllable. Oh.
Warning, hull breach detected.
There we go. Repair the Vulcan. that's right, we gotta hold shift to turn. Alright. Just wait for it to finish repairing. Construct a T2 thruster module, which I assume we'll want to put right on the very back. Like that. Obviously it's not facing straight back, but I'll have to fix that. Hello, Dread. I don't trust that this thing is fully weight balanced.
Construction completed.
Okay, it is facing back, it just wasn't showing that way originally. Okay. Set thruster group. I figured out how to do this before. Here we go. Group A1. Weapons are not automatically assigned to group, but are assumed to be always active. You can place weapons into a group, select which group you want to be firing at one time. Okay. Use these to conserve ammunition and power on ships that are heavy with many different weapon systems. Okay. So we'll put the lasers in group 1, and we'll put the mass driver in group 2. Okay. Not sure if that's actually working. Okay. With 2 T1 military lasers, perfect for targeting small mobile targets at close range, as well as a T2 mass driver. Okay. Well, it would be nice if I could figure out how to turn this display off. Okay. Game. I don't believe you. You told me the correct method of turning those on and off. I don't see any actual bindings that they described either. Matter of fact, I don't see any bindings related to turning weapon groups on and off at all. I see a toggle weapons, but not toggle weapon groups.
Weapons offline. Weapons online.
Okay. It's not useful or helpful. That's also not useful or helpful. Like I can see the weapon groups. Also, look at how this thing turns when I turn on the thruster. That thruster is pointed directly backwards. I don't know what it is about this game, but I think their default ships are just horribly balanced or something. Do we have... Okay, it's definitely turning this way, so there must be some kind of weight imbalance or something. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can find anything that's balanced, not balanced left, right. Well, we're busy shooting at something. We'll just sit here and do that while I try to figure out why it's not flying straight. Okay, that's nice. Well, I guess I'm not going to worry about this craft. And we'll have to see if we can make more balanced craft in the campaign.
In the year 2148, deep space satellites discovered an unstable wormhole orbiting Jupiter.
Anyway.
Humanity's greatest minds theorized it led to a new star system, and a gate was constructed to harness its awesome power. An age of rapid expansion soon followed as humanity laid claim to the stars.
Also, their audio balance is shot.
Greed and malice do not
Part of that might be my fault, though. I should go look at the options.
The exotic resource
again.
Ionite is what allows safe travel through the gate network, protecting spacecraft from the wormhole's deadly radiation. War soon broke out to control it, and ended just as quickly, leaving a dead colony world as a monument to our folly. A fragile peace now exists between the factions of humanity, but few believe it will last. Earth's navy continues to grow.
But if I can't figure out how to get a ship to fly in a straight line, we're going to have a problem.
In orbit of Jupiter's moons, Callisto and Io, interstellar long-haul logistics oversees the construction of quantum-linked gates at newly discovered anomalies. A network that may reshape the cosmos. Across the dark void, a new breed of pioneers has emerged. Traders, mercenaries, miners, and scavengers, united by greed, ambition, and the promise of power. They are known as commanders for their mastery of immense modular rigs, powerful machines capable
also,
of
the story is a thing,
they will
I
risk
guess.
it all to be part of this great endeavor. It is in this galaxy that you must survive.
Okay. Select modifiers. Okay. A lot of these seem like fairly sizable numbers. We'll just go with the minor default until I better understand exactly what those mean. There's probably not any better choices I can make for myself. Alright.
Welcome, Commander.
So here's our starting ship, apparently. Okay. I'm just checking this thing to see if we're balanced. I strongly suspect that this thing is not perfectly mass balanced. Which I guess we'll find out if that's a major problem. Okay. We need to go scrap some stuff. Sure, whatever. Why are we turning that direction while I'm just pressing W? Turn on linear dampers. Yeah, look at this. We're turning pretty hard to the side as we thrust. I'd really rather we weren't.
Low energy.
Thank you. Oh well. Also, why are all of our... Wait a second. Why are our solar panels not extended? Okay. Are there any other panels we need to worry about? Mining laser, assault laser, scanner, mining laser. Okay, we got 2 mining lasers here on the quote bottom end quote of the ship. Alright. Destroy the security drones? Sure, why not?
Weapons online.
Target out of range, okay. Well, that one's definitely in range. Okay, also, let's get lined up on the... Okay, so we're not actually getting any weird yaw component when we roll. That's important. It appears like... it appears like the only... weirdly skews us is when we are alright, you can't see shit while you're in flight mode, and you can't keep track of your rotation properly when you're in normal mode. Alright, what do they want us to do? Build a T4 solar panel. That's definitely not happening right now. Conduct a complete scan. I don't remember how to enter the scanner mode. Or... oh, here we go.
Scanners online.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
Weapons mining online. Scanners offline.
Let's go ahead and turn on the mining lasers. There we go. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any sort of time controls. I don't remember being shown any in the tutorial either, so there probably aren't any. Which is definitely unfortunate. There. It's probably about the most useful rotation we can pick. for now anyway. And we sit here. And we sit here. And we sit here some more. I don't see any. Okay, we can do that over here, I guess. Is that all my storage or just the one? It's just the one storage, okay. Alright, all I gotta say is that it better not cause weird balance issues now that we have ore in one storage and apparently not the other. I really don't like the camera controls, because I want to line my camera up with the axis of the ship and everything. I can do that, but here's the bottom of the ship as far as how it's lined up with my controls. I can do this to get nice and straight on the ship, but then I can't look around easily. Okay. And now we are definitely pulling hard to the side. Well, and I can't adjust our trajectory decently because if you want to turn a little bit, it kicks on turn mode for everything and you can't accelerate forward anymore. So you can't provide just a little tiny bit of side thrust to keep yourself going straight. I mean, I guess you could with the mouse, using the mouse flight controls. But like, who wants to do that? Okay. Now, let's see if I can remember how to transfer shit. They want how much iron? 20 tons of iron. Just wait for that to, I guess, slowly make its way over there. Transfer 20 tons of Ianite. Okay. Let's get a little closer to this rock. Not sure what it's got on it, but we might as well mine it while we're sitting here not doing anything useful. Okay. We need to carry out some repairs. That's nice.
Scanners online. Warning, hull breach detected.
I would like to scan that asteroid without running into it, please.
Scanners
we've
offline. Construction online.
Should be far enough away we can turn around and... Yep, okay, there we go. There. Get both the lasers going, as well as our repair stuff. And now we wait for things to happen again. Supposedly this rock has the materials we need. And even if it didn't, we probably have at least some of the materials on board still. I don't see an easy way to tell what my combined... Oh, is this it here? Yeah, I think this is my combined cargo. Alright, we definitely need more silicon. Looks like we'll need to gather a bunch. There's a bunch floating around the area. Alright, let's Let's go ahead and sell these iron chunks. And these silicon chunks. And let's use that to buy some silicates. It looks like we're not able to both buy and sell in the same transaction. Because why would you ever want to do that? But anyway, we're going to sell the ore we're getting off this rock and use it to buy raw materials that we can use to do the repair we're supposed to do. And we'll get probably the rest of our raw materials from the surroundings, I guess. Anyway. Oh. I'd really like to redesign this whole craft. To try to make it perfectly balanced, but I don't think I can make it perfectly balanced. And I don't really think that being perfectly balanced is our problem. Because it seems to be able to, like, rotate and stuff like that without being weird.
Construction completed.
It's just that when you try to go straight forward, you pull left or right for just no good reason. Like, I've got my angular dampers on the whole time. Which you would think wouldn't let that happen. Rotation stabilizer. Automatically contracts on wanted rotation when thrusting forward. Yeah, that's on. So then why the hell doesn't it work? I don't know. Let's go ahead and sell. More ore. I think I'm gonna go ahead and turn
Mining
off the mining
offline.
lasers. And we're going to go grab some of these minerals that are just floating around out here. Like this debris right here we can clean up.
Mining online. Scanners online.
Let's go ahead and scan these wrecks. Okay.
Scanners offline.
Let's see if we can clear the area up. Okay. So we can claim this rig, which is cool and all. It looks like it's heating up. It does have a thermal dumper, so we're good on that front. Mining laser, T2 energy battery, T2 solar panels. Okay. We'll leave this sit here for now. We'll just leave that sit there for now. On this. T2 cargo bay, a T1 mining laser. Okay. Well, let's finish scrapping this so we can get the materials to use for whatever. I'd kind of like to maybe weld some bits of this onto our normal ship. I'm trying to figure out how I'd want to attach it though, if I was going to attach it. I'd want to attach this node onto the end of our existing node, but there's not really a good way to do that. Yeah. We'd have to remove a bunch of parts from our main ship to get this to fit on. But then we could afford to do that because if we got rid of our solar panels, we would have the big solar panels on this one to attach. The problem is there's no way to attach this that would massively unbalance our ship. I think we're just going to leave that piece there for now, and I'll come back and grab bits off it if I want to. Can't I pull the colonists off this thing? Oh, we're full, that's why we can't. Okay. Okay. I disassembled these small hangars. If I disassembled those small hangars, then we would have to do something to get a large hangar. Actually, if I could probably dock I don't remember how to do this anymore. But if I docked this node to the end of this node, that would probably work. Yeah, what's the worst that happens? We decide we don't like it, want to tear it back apart. And that seems pretty likely, honestly. See if we can dock this thing on there.
Grid offline.
Okay. It's much larger now. Let's go ahead and start these solar panels. Now a third mining laser on. More metal storage. I'm tempted to just start removing a lot of this stuff. But okay. So I'm a little bit worried about overheating. Because it certainly seems like we are dumping a lot of heat. We're heating up and then dumping it very quickly. So we should probably do something about that. By adding some actual thermal radiators. Alright, I don't want this structure here. So I need to figure out where I can put it instead.
Construction completed.
Alright, I really don't like the design of this ship.
Construction completed.
But anyway, we've got a couple of thermal radiators, so this thing can stop constantly dumping all the time. Let's cancel that let's cancel that third radiator. We'll just have 2 on the bottom of the ship like that. Alright, and then I'm going to disassemble this large cargo bay, because we have one up here in the front. And let's disassemble the one in the front instead. How much does it weigh? 10 tons. Okay, no, that balances out this other thing on the top then. Okay. Okay. Also, this whole ship is horribly unbalanced. This section. It's got like 40 tons hanging off the bottom here, and like nothing hanging off the top. We could do that, which would help a good bit. And we could build things onto that node later.
Construction completed.
Let's see, do I have a parts storage? Metal storage, water storage. T1 parts storage, there we go. It takes over half our money to buy it.
Upgrade complete.
But I'm gonna want that. Okay, we'll put a T1 part storage there. And then... Actually, wait, no. Damn it. Crap. I've changed my mind. I want this to be on the back. Well, technically I don't really want it there at all. Let's put them on here. 2 T1 part storages. And then I want to scrap this metal storage. Okay. Now, I want to get rid of this stupid scanner and put it someplace else. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to put the scanner right up here. Okay. And we'll wait a little bit because I want the parts storages up before I go disassembling the old scanner. We should have enough materials on board to build these. And then where the old scanner is, I want to put another one of these T1 assault lasers. So we're more symmetrical.
Warning, low energy.
Okay, new scanner built. Hurry up and continue working on those damn part storages. And I probably should put more drone bays on this thing too. Hello, poison. Welcome here.
Construction completed.
Okay. That, and I'd like to move both of my habitats to the same basic area. So, get rid of this T1 small habitat and build another one back here. Okay. Okay. Can't sell. Yeah, I figured that would happen. T1 small habitat. There we go. I probably should have actually scrapped the
Construction completed.
sensors because alright, let's get that built. Okay, we have a T1 water storage of this section, so I'm going to probably disassemble that. And then I'm going to disassemble the thermal dumper up here, I think. And we're going to build it back here beside the other thermal dumper. Okay. Now, I am going to disassemble
Construction completed.
this T1 solar panel. Because we have the T2 panels, we don't need another T1. At least not right this second. And then I think I'm going to go ahead and disassemble maybe not. We'll leave it for now.
Construction completed.
Okay. These small habitats are 76 tons of mass each. I kind of almost should have 4 of them on here just to balance it. That's probably why we were skewing so hard to one side, is because we have one of these on one side, and the other side has this hangar that's only 10-ton mass. So let's go ahead and disassemble that. And we're going to replace that with another one of these small hangars, I think. Okay, wait a second. Oh, well, that's great. Can't rotate it. Well, that's going to annoy me considerably that I can't have them both facing exactly the same way. Oh well. I might just go ahead and disassemble both of these and put them on the front, like the existing 2 hangars, upon second thought. Okay, where's my other water tank installed? I thought there were 2 of them on here. Maybe I disassembled one of them and moved it. I think I did. Okay. So this is the only water tank we have right now. Roger that. Okay, we're short some cobalt, and we're out of iron. So
Scanners online.
let's go ahead and scan that. Oh, conveniently, it's got iron in it.
Scanners offline.
And now that we have a 3rd mining laser, we might as well spin over and use it. I'm going to go ahead and disassemble this T2 bay. And then we're going to go ahead and put it on this end.
Construction completed. Mining
Okay.
offline.
Let's turn off the mining lasers. We don't need any of that raw material right now. I'm looking more for scrappables because they give us ready-to-use materials.
Construction completed.
Oh. Okay, there we go. Now, does this thing pull left or right? Only... It no longer pulls left or right. Okay, it was that stupid... It was that stupid piece of shit colony module that was on one side and not on the other. Like, now they're both above the center line, but at least it doesn't pull left or right. It just pulls upward now. So we need to install 2 more of them colony modules. Even though we don't need the space, just to balance the... That or something equally heavy. Which, apparently they're absurdly heavy, so... There's nothing else even slightly similar in weight, is there? It doesn't say how much they weigh. Why would it not say how much they weigh? That seems like it'd be vital importance to try and decide what goes where. Whatever. Can I see what these indicators are for? No. Well, then why are they there? Alright, which one's the closest one? This one over here. Alright then, let's go to that one. Looks like we got a big chunk of something over here. Refinery station. There are several modules of a large refinery station scattered around this sector. The main treasure is the refinery station storage module, although there are others you can find and utilize. Find the refinery station storage module and merge it with the refinery station. Alright. Don't mind if I do. Having my own refinery station would be quite nice. Of course, no attempt was made to mass balance this, because why would you do that? You know, you make a game where the ships are at least partially mass simulated, so that when you're steering and such like, if they're unbalanced, they will act unbalanced. That's cool. And then you make it deliberately difficult, apparently, to maintain that balance. Also, I need to move these thermal dumpers to somewhere else so I can have those slots for thrusters, I think. And the T1 part storage can also go somewhere else, hopefully. Where do I have those? Okay, the metal storages, energy batteries are there. We don't really need these T1 energy batteries at all anymore. So how about we disassemble those T1 energy batteries. We have this T2 energy battery that's part of the core of the ship. And then we disassemble the T1 part storage. One of them. And we install it on the front. I think it'd be kind of fun to make an absolutely gigantic refinery ship that has the refining and the mining all in one ship. Like, trying to get it all mass balanced would be interesting, to say the least. Okay, if you look at this for a second, we've got refinery top and bottom. We could remove this T2 battery and then move the T2 metal storage to take its place. And then it would at least be side to side, top to bottom balanced. Which should be correct. And then we could just weld our ship right onto the front of this. And sure, it would be slower, but also it would be so much cooler. I think I would rather remove this metal storage. How do I order these resources to be collected? What even are they, for that matter? Okay, well, there's a bunch of resources hanging out in space there. How can I order them collected? There's surely a mode for this somewhere.
Mining online. Mining offline.
Maybe not. Well, that's splendoriferous. Okay, let's look in the controls. Maybe there's something in here. Well, they have a dedicated toggle RTX button. That's really important and useful. But there doesn't seem to be anything related to a pick shit up button. Sure, just what I always wanted. Well, I see. This one's got a constructor in it. This one's got a hauler in it. It already had gather packages set. Really? Well, then why isn't it doing it? Well, it sure would be nice if that actually worked. Oh, I know what the problem is. These aren't actually built. And the reason they're not built okay, that's actually obnoxious. They can't pick up the packages. Okay. This should fix the problem, I think. They can't pick up the packages that have the parts in them because a storage hasn't been built. And a storage hasn't been built because they didn't finish building the storage before they got the parts.
Construction completed.
Alright, finally. Now that we have a parts storage, they can load the parts storage. And, more importantly, we can go ahead and build the other parts storage using the parts that are available that they just have to pick up. At least in theory. In practice, of course, good luck. But yeah, I want to dock onto this thing and turn it into a larger part of our... Okay, why is it showing nothing in the part storage? What did they load up if not parts? Whatever. Now, let me consider how I want to tear this apart. Let's go ahead and disassemble that piece. And then let's disassemble the energy battery here. And then we're going to put a T2 metal storage onto here. In theory, using those parts we had, which hopefully it'll work like that. It's supposed to work like that. Unless I'm missing something that lets us build from parts. Anyway. And then I need to decide what I want to, which end I want to wall onto what. Let's see. We do have another T1 habitat there I want to remove. Okay, if I disassemble hello? Let me select this. Wait, there we go. If I disassemble that. And then I can disassemble these thermal dumpers temporarily. Gotta be a little bit careful about maneuvering because we don't want to overheat with the thermal dumpers missing. Okay. Okay. I think that'll be about right.
Grid offline.
Okay. Now, T1 energy battery, disassemble. How exactly does 1 minus star? Very carefully. All right. Let's go ahead and reinstall those thermal dumpers. I just need to decide where I want to put them. I'm probably just going to stick them somewhere temporarily. So you know what? They can go here and here for now. And then what? Okay, what is going on with the parts that we're getting off things? Because they're not apparently actually working. We have parts in storage to build the thermal dumpers, but they're not using them. They're building them from scratch. So, how do you build using parts? Oh, you got to use the little tiny button there. I see. Well, that explains a little bit why some things weren't being assembled
Construction
properly.
completed.
Well, what happened to all the parts we picked up for the thermal
Construction
module?
completed.
Not thermal module, the part module then. Because it doesn't seem like we have those parts in storage. Oh, we do. No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay. It must be they were disassembled for something or thrown away, or who knows why they even picked them up then. I don't know. Okay, anyway. That's beside the point. We figured that out. That means that we can disassemble you and leave you for now. Where is... There it is. Disassemble you, which we can't because we don't have space for colonists. Alright, whatever. We'll worry about that later. We gotta go mine something. So it looks like this is the next closest. Next closest source of whatever we're looking for. This thing is going to be massively off balance. Let's disable the linear dampers. Let's reactivate the linear dampers. All right. Okay. Yeah. There we go. That looks like a large wreck, which is exactly what we need right now. Because I need a large wreck that I can salvage for as much crap as possible. Okay.
Scanners online.
Let's get a little bit closer.
Warning, low energy.
Yeah. You'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, okay. We gotta be real careful, because
Warning, low energy.
we run out of energy, we run out of thrust, and then we're just kind of drifting for a second or two, and that can get a little bit sketchy.
Scanners offline. Scanners online.
Okay. Now, once we're done scanning, we can turn the scanners off, turn mining on, roll the ship over, and start shredding this thing and turning it into more ship.
Scanners mining online.
Alright. All our mining lasers are on the bottom. Let's spin this thing around to the bottom's facing it. Like that.
Warning, low energy.
We probably need to install more solar panels on this thing.
Warning, low energy.
Yeah. Okay, we got some cobalt in there, which is good. We needed cobalt for something. I don't remember what it was that I wanted to build. Alright, where do I want to put more solar panels? I'm kind of inclined to remove these two tier 2 refineries and... well, let me look at some stuff first. don't think we can build T2 refineries. Okay. Let's not remove them. That would be bad. Can we build... It does not look like we can build T2 solar panels either. Okay. Well then. Well, let's add... T1 solar panels. All right. And where do I want to move the radiators to? I think I'm going to go ahead and put thermal radiators around here.
Construction completed.
We're going to put on 4 of them, even though that's probably more than we technically need on this ship, purely because I like the way 4 of them will look, I think.
Construction completed.
Keep the ship looking nice and symmetrical. Okay. And that frees up these bottom 2 slots, which I want to put habitat modules on.
Construction completed.
So we'll build the T1 small habitat there, and then that should give us space to deconstruct the T1 small habitat that is back here somewhere. Wherever it is again. Right there. That should give us room to remove this T1 small habitat and then reconstruct it over here in this slot. I hope.
Construction completed.
Alright. Yeah, all those radiator panels should keep us nice and chilly. And if they don't, we have these heat dumpers for emergencies.
Construction completed.
And yes, I know we're supposed to be building a space station out of these parts back here, but I don't care. It's part of our mining ship and you can't stop me.
Construction completed.
There. Okay, what else has to be constructed? Just that. T1 habitat and the T2 metal storage yet. And they're working on the T1 habitat. And then once we can get that T1 habitat and get this other T1 habitat moved, that'll be a lot of our weight sources balanced finally. Also, I did build this T1 hangar, and then I never put a hauler in it. We should probably do that. Oh, and it would also be a good idea to enable these 2 solar panels we built.
Construction completed.
All right. They finished the living quarters there, which means this one can be disassembled, and then we'll build it right there. Boom. Using the parts we just got from assembling the other one. Okay, that finished the T2 metal storage. We're going to be exceedingly, incredibly unbalanced, actually, because of these. This one doesn't have anything in it.
Construction completed.
I wish you could set it to keep these 2 leveled between them. So we probably want to actually remove both of those. And then maybe remove this T2 energy battery and put a T2 metal storage in there. Or something. But we probably don't want them hanging off the side like this. We probably want them located axially. I guess we'll see how badly the ship maneuvers with them hanging off the side like that. For now, while we're sitting here, let's go ahead and process that iron and silica we have in storage. We don't have very much, but what we do have, we can go ahead and process. Alright, and also... Oh yeah, we're definitely definitely not flying straight with those storages attached the way they are. Okay. I'd like to remove this T2 scaffold and this Hulk node on the end here. Because I don't think we can build... But I don't think we can build more of them. Like... Yeah, the T2 scaffold and the Hulk node, for that matter, are both too expensive for us to build. So if we disassembled them, we would be unable to replace them if I wanted to later. Auto balance. Doesn't appear to do shit. Well, that's splendid. What's the point of having an auto balance button if it doesn't do anything? That's weird. Well, let's see if I'm missing something. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you, AI. Too bad it doesn't work. Oh. We have a perk we can select, apparently. Let's grab the mining speed one, because holy crap, we're so slow at mining. Like, surely there's got to be a system for balancing cargo somewhere. Also, where are my T1 metal storages? Those seem like a good thing to retire. Okay, they're over there. Leave them alone for now. Okay. Um... Cargo. Oh, that's for Star Citizen. Nobody gives a shit about Star Citizen. I don't see anything about that that's useful. I guess I can just try to manage it myself. Oh, interesting. Well, let's try to move some bits around in the probably vain hope of getting it somewhat even. Okay, that's closer. They're definitely still not balanced. That's probably because it's loaded a bunch into these T1 metal storages. No. Okay, well these gotta go. Actually, why did I disassemble that instead of scrapping it? Let's go ahead and reinstall it. I'm going to reinstall everything that I definitely don't want on this ship anymore. And then we're going to scrap them permanently.
Construction completed.
Like this T1
Construction completed.
energy battery. There's no reason to have that exist on the ship. T1 metal storage. We have T2 metal storage. We don't need that. There is something left. What is it? Oh. It's the... we might as well just go ahead and build this back onto the ship. Large cargo bay. I do still want these part containers, but I don't want them here. Because they unbalance the ship this way.
Construction completed.
So we're going to scrap these too. Okay. Now, if I manage storage here, let's move all the cargo to the other storages. And then let's just go through and set every single one of these to 50%. And since these are the only two storages on the whole ship, that should get them mostly even. It should. They look perfect. So why is this one 559 tons? Now it's 519. Whatever. It is as good as it's gonna get. Now. Let's get this thing rotated toward the next target. We're skewing a lot less than we were, that's for sure. That's probably all of the speed we could ever want and then
Mining
some.
offline.
Refinery station energy module. Okay. I do kind of want to weld this onto our existing design. I'm not sure where or how. Alright, I want to see something. We need to put part storages back on this thing, because I need a place to store parts. And it needs to be someplace that's going to be balanced. Let's go ahead and... Oh, damn it, we can't until we put a part storage back on. Let's just throw a temporary part storage on somewhere. We'll put it here on the nose, I think. We have plenty of materials to build that. And then we're going to try disassembling a part that I know I can't build, which I guess would be the T2 cargo bay. We actually can... Yeah, because I can't build separate T2 cargo... Oh, wait, no, I can. Oh, I already did that. I know I can't build these parts here. Apparently, if I have the parts for something and disassemble it, I can reassemble it. Okay, that's big. Because then I'm going to go ahead and disassemble a bunch of pieces and store their parts, and then reassemble them in a different configuration. We're going to remove the cargo bays from both ends. I'm going to install new cargo bays, probably on the ends of these modules, if I can. And then I'm going to remove this Hulk node, and we're going to weld that Hulk node onto the end of this scaffold. And then we're going to remove...
Construction completed.
Some of these T2 solar panels, are going to weld those onto the ends of our existing T2 solar panels. If I can. Okay, anyway. We can disassemble that. Wait, what? Hell no, that's not what I ordered to put there. What? It's acting like the cargo bay isn't... Cannot build here, incompatible module. Okay, well then why did it build when I clicked it? Whatever. We'll have to build it on the Hulk node behind it then. We can do that. Disassemble.
Construction completed.
Assemble.
Construction completed.
Disassemble. Okay. I think we're gonna assemble it facing this way. Oh. We better pull the other piece up because the heat. And there we go.
Grid offline.
Now, I don't think I can actually disassemble these parts, because it looks like I was wrong and we can't actually rebuild that Hulk node. Which is moderately annoying. We have parts laying around to install it, but we can't install it. Which means I don't trust that we can reinstall these solar panels if we remove them. Alright. Now, what are you over there? A very large assembly of something. Let's get this monstrosity turned around and facing that way. Of course, we overturn a little bit. All right. Pull over here and see what this says. Gotta watch out for asteroids. We certainly can't dodge them. There's the refinery station. Refinery station storage module. All right. Ooh. This has got some serious stuff on it. Metal storage is galore. Okay. Well, I think we're going to just weld this right onto the rear end of our ship. Which means, alas, I'm going to have to kick this solar panel off. I wish I could detach these into two pieces, but it won't let me. I could probably disassemble. Well, if we sailed back to the main station, we could sell all of our shit and make enough to buy the blueprints for the Hulk node and stuff. Okay, how much is it going to cost me to get blueprints for T2 solar panels? 5,000. It's not that bad. So I'm going to go ahead and disassemble the T2 solar panels on here. And we're going to count on going back and getting those. And for now, we're just going to weld our ass on to this storage module. Okay. Let's get as perfectly lined up as we can. I don't think it really matters because I don't think there's any free rotation. The more closely I'm aligned,
Grid
the better.
offline.
All right. That is a very, very large ship. Now, we have big thrusters now. Where is the trade station? Because I'd really like to go back there and sell shit. Is this it? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah. So this does have quite good physics as far as such things go. You do have a variety of different dampeners you can turn on that will automatically kick your thrusters on to stop movement in various axes. Okay, we do not want to point directly at the friendly space station for fear of running over it at high speed. Turn off our linear dampers. Turn on our main engines. And then we move very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. We probably don't want to get too much acceleration going. Otherwise, stopping is going to be a bitch because we don't have a big thruster on the nose. Every one of these little Hulk nodes has built-in thrusters. So once we get close, we'll kick on the linear dampeners and they should bring us to a stop. It's much easier to stop because the linear dampers will do it automatically. And they will take care of balancing thrusts so we don't skew all over the place. Whereas the manual controls don't do that for you, even though they really should. Okay. Reclamation 9, how about we trade? What do I have to sell? Let's sell some of our silicates. Let's sell about half our iron. About half our cobalt. I want to keep our Unite because we haven't seen any of that yet. Same with thorium. Yeah, this should be enough to get us a couple of blueprints that we need. Or at least want. All right. So we do have thrusters 2 and 3, which are side thrusters. Having them on the very back like this is probably not useful. But anyway. Now, there's something way the hell over there. So we're thrust forward. Look how we're nosing down hard. That tells me we got way more weight on the bottom of the station than we do on the rest of it, or the ship, I guess you should say. And if we look, yep, our metal storages are way out of whack again. Supposedly they have a system for balancing them. Also, the water storages are all on the bottom. Which explains why this thing can't fly straight to save its life. I mean, was not really designed to fly straight. This is supposed to be a station. But I've been welding the station parts onto our ship because it seemed like a good idea at the time. And because it's kind of cool to have a gigantic ship. But also it does mean that we really can't fly straight. Here's the refinery station habitat module. We should probably go get that. Okay. Let's go ahead and flip end for end. It's that marker right over there. Go ahead and roll over. Because while there is no up in space, there's still a direction of the sign to up in my controls. Turn off the linear dampers. And then while the main thruster burns, we will use the smaller thrusters to keep going straight. Which conveniently, it more or less does automatically for you as long as you're not using those thrusters for anything else. I guess that's why you want the big engines. Also, this T2 thermal module looks cool as hell. Alright, that's enough speed for now. Get a little closer. And then we'll engage the linear dampers and come to a stop. I do have to say, for a game that wants you to have accurate, or at least not necessarily accurate, but reasonably accurate flight physics, they have got to do something about making it easier to balance your weight. It looks like there's supposed to be a system to help with that. Because if you go into manage storage, there's an auto balance option. But as far as I can tell, it does nothing. Alright. So this thing's got a bunch of water storages. A medium habitat. I have no idea where I want to attach this. Well, that's not quite true. I know exactly where I'm going to end up having to attach it. I just don't really want it there. Okay. We can remove this part storage because we have a T2 part storage on the storage section in the rear. Oh, whoops. Selected the wrong part. Disassemble that. And then I kind of want to move these hangers. But where? We don't need this T1 water storage anymore. We have much larger water storages in the back. Okay. Let's go ahead and install some hangers.
Construction completed. Construction completed.
That one's got a hauler in it. That one's got a hauler in it. This one's going to need a constructor. And I think this last one's also going to get a hauler. Alright. And that should allow us to be able to easily connect these two Hulk nodes together. So... you're going to overheat if we try to fire the engines. So, we're going to have to do this the really, really painful way. We're going to have to fly the large half of the docking sequence. Also, look how this thing skews as we're trying to turn it in space. Our weight distribution is just complete trash. Okay. Let's move our view to the front here.
Warning, low energy.
Well, that's not good. There we go. Yeah, we don't want to run out of energy when we're in close approach navigation. That would be bad.
Warning, low energy.
Okay.
Warning, low energy. Grid offline.
Yay. Let's restart the solar panels. Okay. Let's see if we can get rid of these T1 modules. I mean, is this thing full? It is. Well, that's annoying. Okay, well, I guess we got to rebuild this one then. Not that it is really going to keep our balance or anything like that, but every little bit I can do to keep balance at least somewhat sane, I'm going to do. The point of this game is to fly on collecting stuff and then get frustrated trying to dock to offload, sell the stuff. Well, we're not docking to offload and sell stuff. We're docking because I want to make a gigantic ship because I'm an idiot. We're supposed to have collected these modules and put them together to build a space station.
Construction completed.
Instead, we took our little mining ship, whose core you can still see here, and welded this onto it. That was definitely not what we were supposed to do. Let's scrap a few of these outdated pieces of junk that we don't need anymore. Okay. Didn't I build a second assault laser here? Pretty sure I did. Okay, I'm gonna disassemble these mining lasers. And we'll put them elsewhere. And we're gonna put more assault lasers up front here.
Construction completed.
And then we're gonna put the mining lasers. I'm not sure. But not there. Actually, I do know a good place for them. Okay, so one of our current mining lasers is right there. I think I'm gonna put the others right on the... No, I don't like that idea either. Wait, why are these all deactivated? For some reason it disables all the solar panels when you connect to a new ship part, and I forgot to turn them on. That's one reason why we're having power problems. This back part of the ship is covered with solar panels and all of them are off.
Construction
Turn all
completed.
those on. That's going to help a lot with our power problems. There's even more of them hiding in various corners here. Alright, are these activated? That one is. Okay, looks like I turned those 4 large ones on. The small ones you can see easily if they're on, because they're unfolded or they're not unfolded. Okay. Good deal. Now, where should I
Construction
put
completed.
those mining lasers I just removed? I think I'm just going to put them right here. Fairly close to where they were, but not in exactly the same spot.
Construction completed.
Okay.
Construction completed.
We should probably actually do what we're supposed to be doing in this game and go mine something. Or at least go investigate something. Um... make that the root module, and then I think I want to find out what's down there. Actually, as will make that the root module. Does it try to rotate around that point? That's much closer to the center of gravity, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're doing a lot better on power. Unsurprisingly, after turning on all those solar panels. As far as I can tell, the dampeners, all of them, simply do nothing when you are actively inputting directional control. Which I suppose that's fine, but also it's kind of bad. It does mean that if you light off the main engines while the linear dampeners are on, the linear dampers will fire to help offset the engines, at least somewhat. Which is not what I would ever want to happen. And it does mean that if you fire off the main engines, or larger thrusters anyway, while the rotational stabilization is on, then it will keep the ship pointing nice and forward, exactly how you'd want it to. But if you use the thrusters, the small thrusters that are on the Hulk nodes to try to go forward, it will just simply ignore everything you've told it to do and do its own thing. An ice asteroid. Okay. We should go scan. Yeah, I've merged the entire station, so stop whining about it. Okay, so some of these nodes are just for things that we've already done, but it hasn't bothered to recognize that we've completed them. Roger that. There's some kind of wreck over here with a bunch of pirate drones around it. Well, we did just install much better guns on our ship, so let's engage the brakes. Or not much better, but much more guns. And let's swing this thing around and go over that direction and see what's going on. There's probably a large scrapping operation we can get involved with over there. Get some of our storages filled. And right there, I think, is our main objective we're supposed to be going to, but I'm ignoring that right now. Also, yeah. If you had the dampers on and you're like yawing to the side, and then you decide, okay, that's about far enough, and you start ordering it to, say, pitch before the yaw is quite finished, it will stop counteracting the yaw with the dampers, and it won't do what you want it to do, basically. I really need to install more thrusters on the back here. Which actually I could do without too much trouble. Actually, I don't think I have the thruster unlocked. Do I have the money to unlock the thruster? No. We need research points. Which means I should probably go ahead and purchase the ability to research things. Which has got to be in here somewhere. Sounds like only a 1 or 2 star pilot. Yeah. Unless... Yeah, I don't see... I don't see the research thing. There we go, T2 Research Lab. There it is. It costs 2,000 after we spend 5,000 on the T2 radar. Okay, we can afford that.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Alright. Now, where am I going to install this piece of shit? And do I have the money to afford to install this piece of shit is the other good question. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. We can install 1. We don't quite have enough iron to build 2. That's going to make us even more unbalanced. But we're already light on this side of the ship, so that surely can't make it any worse. X4 9.0 has been out for a couple weeks if I didn't know. I did not actually know it had been installed quite yet. Alright, I'll have to add that to the list. I mean, it was already on the list, but I'll have to move it up the list. Okay. We'll just drift toward this thing somewhat slowly. Weapons are online. Go ahead and roll up to a stop. There we go. Fire the main engines for a little bit. Oh, I forgot to turn the linear dampers off. Well, that's not going to let us get very far. Yeah, basically I want to start drifting forward so that I can zap drones as I move. This looks like a pretty chunky station.
Scanners online.
Okay. Sure, I will go ahead and clear it out. Engage linear dampers. Okay. I should be looking for what research I need to get like docking nodes so that I can build some parasite ships for this thing.
Warning, hull breach detected.
Hey, bad ship, knock it off. Let's swing our nose over there so we got the guns to face it. I'm sure the colonists on this ship are extremely pleased with the fact that their colony module is on the nose. You know, right where it belongs. Anyway. And there's the ship we're supposed to be checking out. Pull in a little bit so we can get better scanning. Don't want to pull in too much. Gauge linear dampers. Okay. Isn't this in scanner range? Scan it. Well, okay, it is scanned. It just looked like it wasn't because of some UI stuff. Alright, it looks like there's still 2 more drones over there. Let's wipe them out real quick. Gauge the linear dampers. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and start shredding this thing. I think we've scanned enough of it.
My warning, low energy.
I don't know what you're talking about. My energy readings are fine. Alright, anyway. The bottom is where we have all the mining lasers. So we gotta spin around to the bottoms facing it. Also, due to the way the weight is distributed in this thing, we're much more stable flying bottom first or top first at something. Okay. There we go. All right. Resource collection can begin. And it looks like our research lab is running. That's great. Yep, we have our first few research points available. Let's grab the cheaper construction. That seems ridiculously useful. Oh, let's go ahead and turn off the scanners because
offline.
we haven't scanned the whole thing, but we scanned enough of it. We'll get what we get when we start ripping it apart. A Caria? A robot colony builder where everything can be programmed. No, I have not seen that. Okay, I've definitely never seen this before. Okay. That might be interesting. Yeah, the graphics are definitely simple, but that's not an issue. Very, oh, what's the name of that game again? Autonauts looking visual programming, and then text programming. People are more into that. The biggest problem is documentation. You can tell this guy's never worked with a real programming language before. Welcome to the real world, buddy. That might be worth checking out at some point. It can be added to the ever-growing list of games I need to find room for, and will end up being unable to do so. I'm gonna pull back a little bit so then grab this piece here. There, just grab the piece in front of your nose. Yeah, that one. We definitely need more drones and stuff like that on here. Which means I should probably go ahead and find spots to start putting on more drone bays. A lot more drone bays. So I think the trade ship ports are where you can dock other ships without merging them as part of the construct. Not sure how you start a ship from scratch. There's surely a way to do so, though. I probably need to unlock, at a minimum, the Hulk nodes, though. Because everything seems to be built from those nodes. And I wasted our money, so we can't afford that. Which means we need to mine more stuff to have more money to actually build Hulk nodes. Okay. Let's let the scanners
online.
and spin the ship around, see if we can get this part scanned. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there's some definitely valuable bits in there. These purple bits here, I believe they are, yeah, this stuff, which is very valuable. We probably don't want to sell it, because I'm assuming it's probably used to build valuable, expensive bits of things that I'll likely want to build later. But anyway, what's...
Mining. Mining online.
I want the mining on. I want the scanning off. Let's go ahead and spin around the other way so the mining lasers can get back to work. And then I want to rotate like that. And then we'll pull in a bit closer. All right. Yeah, to keep our refineries and stuff going, we're definitely gonna need more lasers. Can I fit? No. Okay, mining lasers there would conflict with the existing mining lasers that are across from them. I could. Oh, that'd just make us even more unbalanced than we already are. I don't want to do that. Well, it doesn't really matter because of how much the weight distribution in the back is completely screwed. We're never getting this ship to any kind of anything resembling a good weight distribution. And that's probably fine, because honestly, eventually I'm just going to park this ship. Install larger rear thrusters on it. And just build it some parasite ships that we can use for actual... the actual mining part of it. As soon as I get enough materials to what are you gonna call it? Okay, one thing I should do is install more hangars. So where am I gonna put those? We don't really have room to put them out here on the nose. Yeah, no. Well, I could put another pair of them opposite the... Yeah, let's do that. We don't really need a huge number of new hangars. Obviously, more is better, but... We'll put both of those as haulers, and that should help clear up resources a little bit faster. Because right now we're getting more resources out of this than we can pick up.
Construction completed.
Alright. You will build a T1 hauler. We have exactly one T1 constructor. Did I never put something in here? Oh yeah, I did. It's just, it's not docked right now, that's what. Okay, sure, whatever. Alright. Guess it just needs a little bit more silicon and it'll be done.
Construction completed.
Speaking of which. Alright. Now. We are getting a pretty good amount of minerals out of this. And we've barely begun to disassemble it. Yeah, we had like 30 of this purple shit. And we're getting so much more of that already. We already have gotten 70 more. And however much is floating out here. Eonite, I think it's called. Yeah, Eonite. Oops. Let's go ahead and pull in a little closer so the lasers can keep working at maximum effectiveness. There. Okay. Now this is where it'd be quite handy to have a little fast forward button somewhere. In a corner somewhere, maybe? Alas. Okay. Yeah, if I was designing this, well, first of all, assuming that this option to automatically distribute resources evenly across all the storages actually worked, I would have put one part storage and one water storage on each side, and that right there would have solved most of the balance problems this ship has. Because with the water storage on one side and the part storage on the other, there is no hope of ever having this thing balanced. That'll never, ever happen. If they had been distributed half on one side and half on the other, then it would have been possible, assuming that the cargo was balanced between the storages properly. Although for some weird reason that doesn't seem to work. Like, there is an option right here, auto balance, that you would assume would do that. But it sure doesn't seem to. All of these metal storages back here are empty. Okay, not all of them, but a lot of them. So, if they fix that problem, that would immediately make this game way better. Because then you could actually make your ships weight balanced without having to constantly manually move cargo around. And weight balancing matters. Like, sure, if you're using the larger thrusters, you can have the ship automatically keep itself going straight while you're doing a burn. That's great, but it's not really a solution to the problem. It means that it's seriously difficult to do full manual controls with a ship. Without carefully going through each storage and distributing the stuff around. And the bigger your ship, the less feasible that idea is. The manual cargo balancing. Now, if you were to put all of your storages directly on the axis of thrust, that would be different. Then you wouldn't have to worry about distributing your cargo evenly. But, I mean, sure, you can build a long pencil ship. This is kind of a pencil ship, I guess. And in many ways, the reason I designed it the way I did, as much as I did design it, which isn't a whole lot actually, was simply because that was the only way I was going to get anywhere close to reasonably symmetrical mass. Alright, let's pull back a little bit.
Scanners online.
Turn the scanners on. Yeah, let's scan this end of the station. Design, is that what we're calling? Oh, there's a thing that's attached to the ship. Hey, I put at least a little tiny bit of thought into how I was going to attach each part. And then I would spend at least a little bit of time, usually, adjusting the bits that I had just attached to try to get them more or less weight balanced until I finally gave up when we attached the big bit in the end here, which was just not going to happen.
Scanners offline.
Alright, let's roll this thing over and get those lasers going back to work. I will admit, there wasn't a huge amount of design that went into it, but there was some. Let's see. Yeah, we're not even scratching the surface of our total cargo space. Of course, we have a whole space station's worth of cargo attached to us, so that might explain why we're not having any issues with filling up on cargo. We were supposed to have a mining ship and a refinery space station. Instead, we ended up with a mining refinery ship. Although I kind of want to make it a couple parasite miners that are just minimum size ships that just have a bunch of mining lasers and some solar panels and that's it. Matter of fact, there's no real reason we have to even put solar panels on it, other than a few small ones. Because I think we can connect them for remote power from the core ship. And then I would just have to add a ton more drones to this thing somewhere. We do have 2 docking bays. So if I make 2 little parasite miners and then just cover this thing with drone bays, we can go position the parasite miners around wherever we want to mine and beam power from the mothership, assuming that actually works. Like, one of the tutorials did show us how to beam power, so we'd have to design it to be plausible if we wanted to try to do that. Be an interesting idea. I think we've completely scanned this station now. I don't see any bits that aren't scanned. And we are sucking it into our cargo holds pretty effectively. Once we've got all this sucked up, we're going to want to go back to the friendly space station and sell a bunch of crap so we have money to buy more blueprints. I do have 740 research points. I don't think there's anything much I can buy yet that doesn't cost money. Most everything seems to cost money and research points. Yeah, another thing that would be worth having parasite ships for would be combat. Building some defensive parasite ships that dock onto the main one, so we don't have to take the main one into combat. But anyway, I don't see anything we can... We could increase energy weapon damage by 10%. Ooh. Sure, we'll want to do that if only to make our way to things farther down the chain. But looks like most of this stuff takes rank. Yeah. Okay. Trying to think if there's anywhere else on this thing I'd like to install more mining lasers, and there's not really a whole lot of good spots left on the front here anyway. And a lot of the back slots that I would install lasers on, I'll have solar panels, which I could move or remove those solar panels completely It won't be that big of a deal. But also what I'd really like to do is just build a new ship that has dedicated mining laser slots on it. Like the way this node here is set up with these array nodes around it. I'd like something like that with 4 mining lasers. And then mount solar panels on the back part of it. And then either in between, and then between them either mount more solar panels or thermal radiators. And then put a second node behind that that has a couple of other important bits on. Rotate it like the way these two are, where they're 45 degrees off from each other. And then you could put another set of these array nodes on that. And you could mount so many mining lasers on one of those and have them all be able to fire forward. And have enough space left over to put on the basic crew quarters, and you wouldn't really need to have hangars or anything because they would be intended to latch onto the bigger ship for movement. Okay, it looks like we have more or less wiped out the stuff in reach. Let's move over here to this one. Get all 3 lasers going on this. Oh, okay, there we go. Get this chunk removed quickly so we can move on to the rest of the body of the ship. Or station, or whatever it was. Debris field. Okay. Let's get nice and close. The lasers have plenty of reach. And then we can rotate in place and get these over here probably. There we go. Yeah, we definitely have enough materials to build anything we could ever want to build, and then some. Well, I say that, but as soon as I start building piles of large stuff, it'll suck that right up in no time. Yeah, anyway. It seems like we have about enough haulers. They're grabbing the resources about as fast as they pop out. We could probably get another mining laser, or maybe 2, and still keep up. I don't really have any good spots to put them on the bottom here, though. That's kind of why I haven't already done it. Like, I could put a pair of pylons on this side of those. And then attach them onto those nodes. Well, actually, I could do like this. Rotate them so that they're vertical. That would maybe interfere a little bit with the yeah, let's not do that. Let's do them like this. That they're more out of the way of the Meanwhile, we're almost out of station.
Construction completed.
It's getting sucked right up. Okay. I'm going to remove this mining laser back here.
Construction completed.
And I'm going to install a scanner back there. So you have scanners top and bottom on the ship for better scanner coverage.
Construction completed.
There.
Construction completed.
Now, from straight below, we should have at least 6
Construction
mining lasers
completed.
able to fire at any given thing. Let's go ahead and swing our nose over there.
Construction completed.
Come on, mining lasers, wake up. There's a job to do and you're not doing it. And some of you are, but... oh well. Now, where is the space station? It's over that way.
Warning, low energy.
Yeah, that's bullshit. We got plenty of energy. Okay. Let's get this thing turned around and facing more or less the right direction. I think that right over there is the space station we want to go to. Okay, nose down. There we go. Turn off linear dampers. And away we go. Very, very slowly. We definitely need at least several more of those medium thrusters, but we can't build them yet, so. Also, this thing is still pulling around. So I gotta straighten it up. Okay. We're getting a decent amount of speed going. Let's cut the engines. Also, it is 10:42, so I think after we conduct our little trade mission here, that'll probably be enough for tonight. Buy a few blueprints maybe, and then wrap things up. But yeah, this is the Reclamation 9. Let's go ahead and disable the mining lasers. This thing stops on a relative dime, even when it's hauling ass like this, because of how many thrusters we can kick on. Yeah, it wasn't actually going that fast, but compared to how fast it normally goes. Okay, trade, sell. Let's go ahead and sell about half our iron and silicates. That's a big chunk of money. Alright. And what should we spend them on research? We definitely want the Hulk node.
Upgrade complete.
And we might as well grab the T2 scaffold
Upgrade
as well.
complete.
And let's go ahead and grab the slant node.
Upgrade complete.
And the medium array node
Upgrade
seems interesting as
complete.
well. Okay, let's not waste too much of our money yet, though. Let's quick scan. Okay, I do want the T2 solar panel.
Upgrade complete.
And there goes all of our money. All right. So I need to figure out how to attach how to build a new ship. Like surely it's not as easy as just attaching a Hulk node and then detaching it somehow. Doesn't seem to be. Apparently, the detaching has to be connected only on one side. Alright. Well, it can't connect there because there's too much crud there. We can hook it out here, though. Cannot detach under construction. Okay, once it's done constructing, we can detach it. And then we can set up send receive energy so it's got power. And then adjust from there.
Upgrade complete.
Yeah, okay, there we go. We can detach it. Alright, it is the parasite miner number 1. Turn on receive energy. Turn on send energy. Let's pull this ahead a little bit so they are lined up. Okay. Now, let's put on a tier 1 solar panel. Or 2.
Construction completed.
Or maybe even 3.
Construction completed.
Or how about 4?
Construction completed.
Then we'll attach a second Hulk node. We'll put on a thermal radiator. Or 2. Or 3. Or even 4. We definitely don't need 4 thermal radiators on this thing, but that's fine. You can't stop me from doing it anyway.
Construction completed.
This game's... it's okay. It definitely could use some serious improvements, but it's okay.
Construction completed.
Alright, now.
Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction
Okay.
completed. Construction completed.
For forward-firing neon columns, mining lasers. Now
Construction completed.
we can't put the medium array node on because it conflicts with the other thing there, but we can put the small array nodes. Like that. I should have put... No, I can't put them on lengthwise because they conflict with
Construction
the...
completed.
Yeah. Okay, this will work. Now, the one problem that this design has is where do I put
Construction
the...
completed.
Well... I think we just avoid the need
Construction
for people,
completed.
if at all possible.
Construction completed.
Okay. Now. Yeah. I think that's about right. Nice compact little parasite miner. We can go ahead and plaster it with even more mining lasers if I felt like it. I think I'm going to go ahead and put some energy batteries on it.
Construction completed.
Okay. Now.
Construction completed. Construction completed.
Listen here, you piece of shit. I want to flip this around to facing the other way. Why are you not letting me rotate the... Or at least not letting me rotate it with any consistency? Okay, now it's rotating. Why is it being so... Okay, there we go.
Construction completed.
Okay, that's more like I'd expect this to be oriented. much faster, much more maneuverable. Mounts a lot more in the way of easily directable mining lasers. I think I want to add even more mining lasers to it. I'm going to cover the entire front here with mining lasers. And then, because we're assuredly going to need even more solar panels to power those mining lasers.
Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed.
There we go.
Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed.
Spin her over so the other ship can reach us with its repair construction beam.
Construction completed.
All right. A full array of 8 mining lasers facing forward. Hopefully enough power. Hopefully enough heat sinking. I don't think we have enough heat sinking. All right. Well, let's hurry up and fix that then.
Construction completed.
We'll go ahead and install a pair of thermal dumpers that we almost certainly don't need. But just in case.
Construction completed.
All right. It's really weird what parts can be rotated and what parts can't be rotated. Like the solar panels can be rotated, but these thermal radiators seemingly can't be rotated, which I don't appreciate. Because then they just kind of stick off in all directions and who knows what's going on. And I'd really like to know why my construction tower here isn't working. We have the metals on board that we need to build this. Supposedly. Whatever. Let's see if we can dock this thing. First, I'm going to try with these docking nodes here. And if that doesn't work, I see, we're upside down from where I thought we were. That would explain why it was acting a little wonky. If that doesn't work, then we're going to try docking on one of these other nodes. And we'll just have to make very careful sure we don't accidentally permanently attach it, because that would be sad. No? Okay. Well, let's try attaching it to the node right beside it. Yeah, here we go. Dock station. I don't want to dock it right there, though, because well, that's not what I want to
Construction
dock it, that's all.
completed.
Okay, nose down. Dock station. And then we can choose to undock it later. And why did it automatically change this station's orientation to match with the docked ship? That's not what I want at all. Okay. It didn't. Oh, there goes the shrimp light. You know, I did say that we were going to wrap things up eventually. Yeah, it actually did. Okay, well that's obnoxious, actually. That means we're only going to be able to dock this thing sometimes. Oh well, let's go ahead and save our game. And we will continue that tomorrow, I think. Yeah, that's kind of fun. We'll see how tomorrow goes. I don't think I'm going to play a tremendous amount of that at this point. We'll play it for a little while. And then hopefully before I get completely bored, we'll stop and let it sit for a while. And if they release a bunch of cool patches or something, then we'll come back. And if they don't, then that's that. It definitely needs work right now. I'm not quite done playing with it yet. I want to poke it a little bit more. The ship construction, it's kind of interesting. It definitely needs polish, though. I think they might have spent a little bit too much effort making sure things looked pretty and not quite enough into making sure things functioned really well. But I believe it's still early access. So hopefully, assuming I am correct on that anyway, let me just look real quick. Yeah, it's still early access. And there was a patch like just a couple days ago. So hopefully they improve things as they go, and I'm cautiously optimistic. It's definitely a very chill and slow-paced game as things stand so far anyway. It might get a little bit more exciting later, but I kind of hope it doesn't, because chill and slow-paced is fine. But anyway. So yeah, tomorrow, more Starminer. Thursday, we'll have some Zoo Tycoon 1. Friday, there should be some EDF. And then Saturday and likely Sunday, we'll have more that turn-based mech game whose name is currently escaping me. Phantom Brigade. And then, of course, Monday we'll be back with Crab Champions, and next Tuesday and Wednesday we'll see. Probably not Starminer, though. Unless it like really starts to become super interesting or something all of a sudden tomorrow. There's content there, but I don't think there's enough content there for a huge amount of time wasted on it yet. Oh well. Let's see. Is anyone doing anything tonight? It looks like Dom's is playing more Skyrim. Okay. And I don't see much of anything else happening, so sure. Let's go raid Noms. Anyway. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for more complaining about Starship weight distribution. And I will see you all later. Good night. And goodbye.